Okay, we're back. I had to switch mouses actually. This one has a total different feel than the other one, but it works a little bit better. I don't know what happened there. But anyway, so what was I doing with this? Why is that one out of my space? Okay, so we need to go into freebooter space. I had to find the little thing that you use to communicate. That little thing I had to set one of my little ports. Luckily, I remembered I put it inside the mouse. It has a little compartment. Who's this? I need to get 8 of these. I decide I'm going to go ahead and do the take one of my slots and use it for the Revenant and do those solo armadas first. I gotta bring my Trechna back in. All right. Come on, man, get out of there. Okay, let's put our Armada crew in. Move this keyboard out of the way for a minute. There we go. Give me a better. Let's do the officers. So we're going to go down with our Armada crew. This is my primary crew right here. And let's see, we can add probably, let's go below deck. We know she doesn't work on them. Let's find somebody that does. Put Mr. Odo there. I think I'm going to do 5 of them. Because if I went in here and did all 14, surely they'll have an event that I need it for. In these intermark, they'll add something to where you need to do the score. And I got another week before I get a refresh of 14 more. Like I said, we'll do 5 of them. And then we'll go hit the silent enemies next, and then we'll do the Gorn. You'll get back in, so maybe some of you did. Need to close this window. Okay, last one. I'm curious. I'm gonna do something with this ship after I do this. It should be. It's the same power as my 60 Epic right now, so it should be able to solo one of these. And while that's going over, I think I spent my loot already. I don't remember if I did it in the first stream or not. Like I said, everything was kind of out there. Let's go in the store, see if I got any. Yeah, I do. So I guess I didn't spend it. What is, did I make all the pulls for their, yeah, I did. Prime, already got that Prime. I did all the pulls I could for ransom here. I'm debating on Carol Freeman or him. And the cost the same, so I'm probably the Epic. That one's. Well, I guess they're both Epics actually. So the thing is, I wish like some of these primes in here, if you've got them all done, I wish that would just they wouldn't be in the store anymore, so you can't make a mistake and pull the wrong thing. Looks like I'm gonna be able to, with all the stuff I've done, I'm gonna be able to pull all I can pull the officers that I wanted in here. I only got two more after this. No, can't pull. Look, I'm out of loot now. So tomorrow, whatever we get is a winning. I'll see what we would get. We're gonna get third place rewards, which is not too bad. And I'll just use the other one after I finish. I think I had two more pulls for Carol. Once I get those last two pulls, I'll do the rest of them on Shank. I'm gonna run enough so I can get a full pull in the store. Well, I've got this Armada crew on here. Oh, I didn't push the speed up, dummy. Yeah, now I know I can bring this ship in here and do them. Normally bring my Kozar up here and do it, but I was curious if what all I can do with this ship. This is what that's all what that's all about. I know it's the best OPC hunting ship in the game right now because of its cargo hull and its 7 billion power is more powerful than any even 6G mining ship. So okay, I'm gonna redeem the box and see if I got enough loot to make a full pull. Right now I have enough for a single. Okay, let's see. Okay, Borg. Let's go into the faction store. Basically, what I'm doing is I'm getting some more. How much do I need? I need a few more. I'm about to go in the other space. Make sure none of them responded. No, that's the one. That's the only rub here that these Dominion ones don't spawn as fast like the Borg ones. I wish they did. So I figure we may need 4 more of these. I do this ever so often. I'm gonna do this last one. That should give me enough to put me over the top. You know what? We'll do these with silent enemies too. I forgot about that big old huge cargo hull. I usually use my Rotaran, so that should work just fine. Okay, so let's go back into the faction. Let's look here. We should have way enough to do this one. And we get a bunch of these. Pretty much I did it for this and this. Okay, so this is my silent enemy. I'm gonna fix it. The only difference is I'm not gonna put Carol Marcus because that was for augment. So I'm gonna take her out and group, put E-data back. Okay, I can pull that one now. That gets my daily. And the only daily I got left now is gas. I thought I already sent it. And we can look for some OPC monitoring too, or in here. And some red dots, because those guys like to try to sneak up in here. And we got a red dot right away. Only got one guy that we can maybe get. And he's not OPC. We did get some ore to go in here, but we got plenty of cargo space. So I want to show you how using Rachel Garrett and Picard together, and the doctor below, how much of the temporals you get. You get a bunch. When we get done here, I'm gonna have to do these for for a long time, as big as this cargo bay is. Yeah, the Selkies lost their protection in here. We had it protected in here that you could go. The people were griping that people would go up here and just leave their miner and not pull them, and there'd be a lot of zero nodes up here, and the people couldn't get in here. Plus, I've always said if somebody can spin their token to mine, guy should be able to spend his token to OPC hunt. I've been doing both. I've been going for the red dots, and I've been finding a guy that's camped on one of these nodes and wait till he gets either to the zero node or till he's got an ungodly amount of resources in here, and then I'll pop him. Yeah, tomorrow night's where it's going to be some fun. Tonight, there's still some people know that these nodes are a little bit too fast that you can't leave them overnight. And it will not be, I mean, they'll be done, but you'll be done at 6 and 5 o'clock in the morning instead of close to 11 during the reset. So there's not a lot of people on here yet. That won't be the case tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, this thing is just crushing these ships. I don't have any noticeable hull damage at all. I'm gonna clear this. I'm just gonna start hitting every ship and not be selective. See if I can get hull damage. Damn, I left my headphones in the truck. I was gonna put some tunes on and listen to it while I'm doing this. I barely got some hull damage finally. You could literally fill this whole ship in here. See, I've already got 4 million of the loot. Let's see of the stuff that you actually need. 408,000 of the stuff. Of those stuff is all parts. It's stuck. God dang, I hate when it does that. I wasn't watching. I was waiting for it to clear wasn't it? Just kept not doing anything, so that's how I knew. All right, guys, I'm gonna play some music. Sing a couple of my songs in the background. Because I really don't have a lot to say doing this. There's not a lot to talk about. So I'm gonna go ahead and let me find the mixer. Well, it's muted for some reason. Unmute it.
your face. I can hear your voice say, where do we go from here? When all is said and done, will I still be your one? As my ship goes down in flames, my heart cries out your name. As the skies come crashing down, all that matters now is where you are now. Where are you now? Don't leave me in the dark. The pain will only start. Can't go on without you. There's nothing I can do. Don't leave me in the dark. The pain will only start. Can't go my bed left still dripping with the blood of every freaking farmer. Oh, server 74, your blood is on my hands. Your body lies lifeless in space as you rot away. Glory to the Empire. Glory to the Empire. Verteilsdaten ist verfängen. This light is within, icons with city pulsar. This throat for trying, this is young and seen. This thing is suffers as explodes, the bus in the firm. This is the news and the geologies, fishing for an expert. Критичись, like a screeching.
I'm gonna pull like a million of the loot. Once I get there, then I'm gonna stop. That's a first there. I've never seen it do that. That's a before pink screen. Okay, let's forget what I was gonna do. Oh, I don't want to go home. I was trying to pull these boxes. There's like 43 of these drop boxes up here. I don't know what happened to them when I tried to open them a while ago to see what I'd actually got. That's what happened. I went to pull those boxes to see what was in there, and it gave me pink screen that I couldn't do anything with. I have about 14 songs I wrote for the stream, and those are one, two, three, four. There's about seven of the about half of the ones I wrote are in this little queue here. Trying to find a better way to do it than that. Because I wanted to cycle and not have to ever tell it to play like I did there. Because what So if you're online, what do you think of the? Did you like the songs? They're all space and Star Trek themed, as you could hear. But what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to get. I'll go up on the next ship here. We'll try to get 1 million of this loot. I've I've never, regardless to say, I've never farmed this much of stuff from this deal before because I haven't had a ship that had the cargo space that this one has. Yeah, those are my songs. I wrote every one of those. I've got like 7 more. I need to load them all into that little queue there. I just haven't done it yet because I don't know exactly like. Before that, I would just put an input into the mixer and play it off my iPod, but I don't know if it was OBS or this mixer that would vary the level of the music every time I did it, where I'd have it dialed in and not touch anything. The next thing I heard, the guys on the stream were saying they couldn't hear me, even though I had done nothing different than when I adjusted it last when they could. There was little things like that's the reason why I kind of left OBS because it was a crapshoot on the settings every time you went on it, which doesn't really make sense because I'm not moving my microphone any distance away. Sometimes I'll lean back, but uh, it's still the same. When here, I get a constant level, whether I'm real close to you guys or I go back here a little bit. I get a constant level in OBS in Ecamm where I didn't get that in OBS. Yeah, I'm early on. I started writing. I mean, I started writing music in the '80s, like late '80s, with some friends of mine. We used to be in a Beatle cover band, and I wanted to write my own songs. Pretty much none of them did, but I wrote a bunch of songs in the late '80s, and then maybe when I came on YouTube with my firearms channel, the song that I wanted to use that I realized I couldn't use it because of copyright stuff. I wanted to use that. I wanted for my firearms channel. I wanted to use that filter song. Hey man, nice shot. For the song. So I've got started working doing some industrial stuff, and I came up with my own song for it at that point, like an instrumental. And I was going to do instrumental for this string too, but I saw uh, how good some of these. So what I'm using GarageBand from my Apple, and I'm also using some AI tools. The first one I ever used was the drummer one, where I could uh, compose some loops and just tell the AI drummer to play with it, and that came really good. And then I started using an AI program for the vocals, and that really changed everything. Then I started writing music, writing lyrics to go with the music at that point. And what I'll end up doing is how I'll start it. Sometimes I'll go on my iPad. They have like on the GarageBand app. They have like a thing where you can uh, put an instrument on it. I'll start out with an like a bass. I play bass primarily, but I can play guitar too. And I'll come up with a bass lick, and then I'll go into GarageBand, use the AI drummer to play along with it, and then I'll either what I was doing at one time was going on a program, a site called, I think it was called Big Fish Audio or something, where you can buy loops, copy free, royalty free loops, and I would get one of the loops, and if it had like it had something I liked, I would go in, get the loop, use GarageBand to change the tempo and the speed, and then I would drop it down, like say it was a G, I would drop it down to 2 steps to a lower key, and then I would run it through another uh, amp model. I'd throw it through like a plexi or something like that, and it would give it an entirely different sound and tone and everything to it. And I would use that to build a song around. And but now it's so easy to make a little loop and then use it in the AI thing to build your song around. It's just unbelievable. I was screwing around the other I was screwing around the other day on some that I had the premise: what if the Beatles were a '60s contemporary Christian band, and I took like uh, Isaiah 53 and had the AI write lyrics around it and then play it back and use keywords to make it sound Beatle-ish. Not exactly like them, but they were pretty cool songs. I do stuff like that, and then I'll do some more serious stuff like the ones I did for here. It's fun. It's something to do when I'm bored. You really shook it up. Uh, but yeah, I mean, back in the late '90s, um, here in Dallas, there was like I would call it Dallas hardcore scene, that where you had bands like Pantera and Drowning Pool and a few others that y'all never heard of. Um, I was helping one of those bands get gigs and helped them put out their last CD as a band, the band called God Feared. And so a lot of those songs are kind of tips to the hat of the Dallas scene back in the '90s. That's why they all got that Panterish type sound to those songs, because they're all. And believe it or not, I had the idea for Evanescence before Evanescence. I thought it would be cool to have like a heavy band with a chick singer in front of it, where she actually sang and not tried to growl or scream the lyrics. I had that idea. In fact, I was when the lead singer of the band that I was telling you about, there was a chick singer that I knew that could do it. I don't know if she was as good as Amy Lee, but we would have done that crap before Evanescence did, or Evanescence was. They probably are on the scene already, but no one had heard of them yet. But I couldn't talk them into it though, man. I knew a girl that could play good, who was very cute. She wasn't. I mean, she was this blonde girl that kind of looked like Meg Ryan a little bit, that played metal guitar, and she could sing. And I wanted to see if we could get her to be the lead singer after our lead singer flaked out, but I couldn't sell them on it. Let's see. If you guys will bear with me a little bit, let's see. Let me go to the browser thing that I got. I've got it right now. I've got it on Star Trek Fleet Command. Let's, I'll show you a video of one of my guys. Well, I can't. Is one of the lead singers has it up. It'll flag it in YouTube. I wish I could show it, but I will send you a link. That I can do. This is video, and the video footage you shot. I actually shot this footage. Um, this that footage, the footage is originally mine, but what you have to do to prove that to YouTube isn't worth doing. To be honest with you. Okay, I need to go into apps. Where's it at? Applications. Need to find Chrome. What I'll do is I'll send you guys the link that you can look at it. I would like to play it, but that it's such a hassle to deal with YouTube on crap like that. Even though it belongs to me, it's my property actually. But the guy that used to play drums for him posted it on YouTube, so it'll definitely flag it. And I don't want to claim it where he gets flagged either, he was in the band. Okay, let's see. I'm looking for it here. Okay, let's look. Just look for God Fear. Now I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna put another link up here too to the album I helped them produce. If you like that kind of music. Okay, let's put God Fear Basement. Here we go. So I must have looked it for this earlier on here. Okay. Okay, let me get the share, copy it. Okay, I'm gonna put this. I'm gonna put this in the stream first. Okay, this is footage I shot him at the basement. This was a famous club back in the 90s. Um, this is where Pantera probably. I don't know if Drowning Pool had played in there because they might have shut down before Drowning Pool was actually on the scene yet. But there was a lot of bands that were in that genre that played there. It was a really good. It is called the basement for a good reason because the stage was below ground level, and every time it rained, like it did here, it would flood the low stage area. That's why there's nobody standing but a couple of dudes. If you knew that they're standing in water. It was about almost a foot of water laying in that pit area there where those guys are. Um, so let's go back. I'll go back into their last album. I don't. They had three. They have three. Let's see. Is that the whole? Okay. This is a playlist video. I don't know who put it up, but okay. Okay. So now I'm gonna put. This is their last CD. It's called Pound for Pound. And they have another one called The Empty. You could probably find on there too if you like it. This one here, they actually went into a pretty pretty decent studio here in Dallas and had it recorded it there. The other one was recorded on the the drummer is a pretty decent audio guy. He had his own 8-track recorder and recorded it themselves and then had it mastered somewhere else. But though the guitar player and the bass player were dear friends of mine, the bass player to this day, but the guitar player died of COVID about 2 months after my friend Mark, the guy put started out my first stream tonight on with me and him fishing together. But yeah, I used to do a video show here in Dallas, and I was on cable access, and I went there to videotape because they didn't have any they didn't have video footage like your video, like MTV type stuff. So I used to go and film a bunch of at that time were Christian underground bands that wouldn't get played on radio stations here in Dallas because how heavy the styles are. And we did a bunch of shows, our own shows, and we had our own little scene going back in the day. But those guys were really good. They should have got signed on a label of some kind, but they never did. It's kind of a tragedy because that guitar player in that band is so good. Um, he's like I will tell people he's the best guitar player that I've ever known that didn't have a guitar series named after him. Yeah, Mark was a great guy, man. He was an awesome human being too. That was the best, the saddest part about it. He's one of the better guys I've knew in life. Um, just a good man altogether. Um, I mean, when both of those guys died of COVID, the world ended up a worse place without them. Absolutely. And he used to work at Guitar Center over in Fort Worth, and there were like big time guitar player guys that would go into Guitar Center and he would set up their guitar for them while they were here in Dallas. Yeah, like right now, I just got through buying this Rickenbacker John Lennon, like model. I would have loved for him to play it and tweak it for me. But man, he could play anything. We used to just goof off and uh, play. I tell him, "Well, play Van Halen," and he could play Eddie Van Halen note for note. And because I think he was more like Randy than Eddie because of the way that Randy was so smooth and the way that Randy rolled with stuff. Uh, he had that too. He had that too, where he could. You watch him play those notes, man. It looks like it's easy, but he's sitting there. He had that kind of slow hand thing that Clapton did, and Randy Rhoads did. And it was just a tragedy that he never really got to be on a large scale that people could know how good of a player he was. Well, cool. I hope you did, man. They're really. I mean, they were. They used to play before they changed to this style. They used to play like they were known as a band called Transcendence, and they used to play like that progressive metal to stuff like Queen's Reich or something like that. And then they decided they wanted to go heavier, and they went with that sound. Cool. But yeah, I tried to get him to. Let's see if I got the song on here. I don't think I got it on my Mac. It was on my. There's a song that I wrote that I was trying to get him to play the guitar part on. The only thing I couldn't tell him, the thing that I couldn't tell him is I wanted him to sound like uh, Alice in Chains because he hated grunge with a passion. Because I was gonna see what he came up with it because I came up with a song that I want that kind of Alice in Chains inspired. Let's see if I have it on the computer or maybe even on one of my flash drives. Let me look over here. I'll put my flash drives in the player here and see if I got it on here, and I'll play it if I do. But it's a song that I wrote for the. Okay, let's go in. I'm gonna go see if any one of these show up on here. Okay, Untitled. Let's see what's in here. Nope. Nope. Neither one of those. I'm gonna go ahead and tell them to eject both of them. Let's look in the other. I got another drive on. Maybe it might be in here. I doubt it. Music. Okay, let's see what's in the music one. Open. Want open. Okay, open. No, those are the loops. Damn it. Let's go back one. See if I can. Okay, spade. I don't think it's in here. I'll have to look. I have to go. I'll have to do some searching later today and see if I can find what I did with all those earlier songs. I hope I didn't lose them when I did this exchange on the. This has an intro to Les Paul Fleet Command. Now he never played a Les Paul. He played an Ibanez. And he also had uh, whatever the Eddie Van Halen Music Man one, the Wolfgang one. He had some. He had he had a couple. He had a collection of Kramer guitars that were Eddie Van Halen types. I mean, he loved Eddie Van Halen. Eddie Van Halen was his hero. Him and Dimebag. He actually went to He was one of the musicians that went to Dimebag's funeral because he knew him. Um, but his main guitar was an Ibanez. But he did play that Wolfgang Eddie Van Halen guitar when he was not playing metal stuff. Well, he loved that. I mean, he worked at Guitar Center and he got good deals on everything. He could have any guitar that he wanted, and he picked the Ibanez as the guitar that he played metal stuff on. But like I said, when he would go non-metal stuff, he liked to play Wolfgang or Music Man, Fender Music Man or whatever uh, guitar on stuff like that. But he could literally have any guitar that he wanted. I never seen him play Les Paul. I've seen him play almost every instrument that any guitar that up the above, whether it was his guitar or not. I've seen him play everything except a Les Paul. I've seen him pick up SG before. I've seen him play a Strat, but they weren't his guitars though. They were somebody else's that wanted him to play something. That's really one genre I never really heard him play was kind of the like that pre-Beatles 60 sound that people use the Les Pauls and the Gibson hollow bodies for. I never heard him play that type of genre of music though. That's one that I never heard him do. But I'm sure he could have any time. There was not a song that I could ever stump him with. But the main guitar that he played was the one you're seeing in the video. And then he played one of those later he would play that Music Man some when he was playing because he tried to play in a different style of band later on, but the same thing happened. The band members were not serious enough and they ended up flaking out. But he played that. But the main guitar that he ever played was the one that you saw in the video. Now later on, he played some of those, Eddie Van Halen guitars. He had a whole collection of those. Yeah, he did have. I think he had a Martin acoustic that he played. He played. I'm pretty sure that was a Martin acoustic that when he came in the studio and played the little ballad song that they had on their deal called "Glory." I might have that on here. I can play that. No, I don't. I'm not sure if somebody's got it on YouTube, and I don't feel like dealing with copyright bull crap. Even though it's mine, it belongs to me. I have those are all my videos. But trying to prove that to YouTube is a pain in the butt. I tried early on with YouTube. I tried to post all that stuff myself on YouTube, and I came up with all kinds of issues. Like the original people that owned YouTube before Google had no problem with it. Had no problem with putting the stuff up there or not. But it was the when after Google bought it and because I had like 62 episodes of the video show, and I posted some of the better, maybe like not quite half of the episodes online on YouTube, and the next thing I know, they're shadow banning and uh, so I ended up spending like well over $100 to go to Kinko's and send them all the waivers and stuff from the record labels that I had from the day, because believe me, the cable access stuff was pretty stringent. You had to have all your ducks in a row and all the permissions before you could use that stuff anyway, and I had it all. And so I spent like well over $100 going to Kinko's, faxing Google all the waivers and consent forms that I had, and for all the stuff that they flagged, and some stuff that they didn't, because I knew that it would eventually get flagged too. And so they told me, oh well, oh yeah, everything's okay. And then about, I guess it was 2 or 3 months later, I was at a friend's house, and friend said, "Hey, I wanted to watch that Starflyer 59 video that we shot, because he was one of my co-hosts." And I said, "Well, it's on there, dude." And he goes, "No, it's not, man. I'll search and search." I said, "Well, did you log in to?" Because that was before. Because used to you didn't have to log in to YouTube. That was just kind of like a uh, cool, good if you did, good if, no big deal if you didn't. And I said, "Well, log in." So he logs in, and we do the search, and it doesn't show up. So then I log in and do the search, and it pops right up for me. So then I get about three other people that I know. Hey, log in YouTube and see if you see this video. And none of them could. So what they did, instead of releasing my video, they made it where I could see it and nobody else. So that infuriated me, and so I pulled all the stuff down, and I put it on Vimeo, because Vimeo don't give a crap about nothing, you know. Vimeo, they got stuff that are well sketchy on there, and but they don't care. So I put a bunch of the stuff on Vimeo. I recut some of the videos and re-edited some stuff, and but all the stuff's on Vimeo now. But it was ridiculous, man. Because I spent $100. Somebody somebody trying to message me? No, it's just switched over into Galaxy Chat again. They need to do something about that. Used to you could put it in Alliance Chat and it would never move, but every once in a while, for some crazy reason, it puts you back in Galaxy Chat. Used to never do that, and I don't like it when it does, because it's all right. Let's go ahead. I think we got enough for the. Yep. So let's see what our count is now. We got to be close to that million. Okay, let's see. Okay, that's showing cargo. What? Oh, that's my ship. Wrong ship. No, I'm not quite to the million yet. I'm getting there. But I want to get a crap load of parts. I know that. I'm in here a lot longer than I was going to be, but that cargo hold is so big, I might as well grind where I won't have to do it for a month. This is something you guys can do too. You use this Revenant in here. It's pretty strong. I have no idea how many of these I hit, and I still am not even close. My cargo hole is 2/3 already. So this is well powerful enough to do it. And the loot crew that I've got in here, Just doing its job. So I found another use for the ship, which is good. It's good to find another use for it. But it is an incredible OPC hunting ship as well. Let's see where we're at. We gotta be getting close. We're really close. Yeah, I've got to go in there. Well, you can't see the keyboard, but the keyboard where my this keyboard I use for this Mac Studio is like a generic one I bought off of Amazon, and the keys for the shift and the enter are too close together. I need to mark the enter key with like a marker or something where I so if I'm looking down I can't won't hit it. And I've been messing up my titles because I've been pushing enter instead of shift. I've got to go online after we're done and fix the titles on these different videos I shot today because I did the same thing 3 times because I'm trying to look at these title on the screen and but I'm gonna get a Sharpie and mark it red the return or enter key. Yeah, it does. I mean, replace my Talios is is a ship that I would use for this. I mean, for the longest time, power wise, I had to use my Rotaran in here. But I doubt if it comes when they do put the scrapping in, I don't think don't think I'll scrap my tally. It was a too good of a ship for me. I mean that I'll use that from the day I put the unlock to like maybe op 61. I use the ship every day for something. Just like this one's become it's taken its place now. Because I don't have to use Sigma resources to repair it. So if somebody with a bigger ship comes in here and kills it, big deal. No sweat off my butt, you know, because he's not going to get. I got so much resources in here, he ain't getting it. He's getting a little bit. That's why the Revenant, I don't care. I'll stick it out there, and sometimes it'll die from taking so many hits, or other times somebody will find it and pop it and deal. Who cares? It's so cheap to repair. It's not. You're sending it up there to die anyway, so it's just coming home a little quicker. So I'm sure there are guys who hit it. Think, oh, I got spades. Reliant up there, big deal. There's some things in the game you need to not sweat, and that the Reliant's going to be one of those because I'm actually I'm trying to farm the boxes more than the drops more than I am the loot right now. I've got I'm got so much loot from back when I was trying when I grinded. I probably haven't spent all that. The loot that I got when I was grinding for reputation. I'm still probably pulling from that. Not regardless, that was weeks ago. But I mean, you can't believe how many of those ships it took to level that thing out. And I didn't have one of these in the store I could buy. 'Cause like a while ago when we were looking, I noticed they put this back in the store again. Where's it at? So I wish this would respawn faster. I did buy one of these on, I guess when it was in the store on Thursday. I did buy that. That's the only money I spent this week. And you see, I didn't do too bad on any of the events. So, and I also got a upgrade on the Kretschna here. I did this one here, which is the same as this one here. I did that, got it from that pack and naturally in the game. Because like I said, one of those packs don't give. There's a drop in the bucket. They only give you like, as far as parts go, maybe 20,000 if it's good. We'll look and see here. But the normal one's 18. I know that, and it's just a little bit more than the regular one. Let's go and I'm back in the store. I push the vents. Let's see how I'll look at the Explorer one. I mean, if I had some extra cash this time around, I would buy the Explorer one to help for my enterprise. But I'm right now I'm kind of broke. I ended up a couple weeks ago missing a day of work, and that's kind of hurting me. This paycheck here. Where's it at? Parts, parts. Where's the 6 star? Okay. 28,000. That's a little better than a pack. That's like 10,000 more. But as you can see, I'd have to buy at least 3 of these to make an upgrade on that ship. But what's funny about it is even though this one's like 3 tiers down at least, the thing that this one's choking me out is on the rare ones, on the rare parts, not the. Uh, so I've got enough to do two of these, as far as the regular kind go. But I think you got like 1,800, so that'd be enough for me to do one upgrade. Maybe the multiphasic I would get me 2 upgrades here, and then would leave these two. But like I said, as high as I plan to take it as a plan, but I mean that will, if I end up just having extra parts for one of the weekend events, I'll do it even though it's past where I say I want to take it. But I want to take this to tier 13, and the reason why I want to take it to tier 13 because it opens this seat here, and I want to do that to all the other 3 eventually. I want to do it for the Romulan battleship, and also want to do it on my baby Kretschna. I want to take all 3 of these to 13, and then I'll just whatever extra I have left over. But the priority ship is always going to be this one. Um, I've got to get this one to tier 18, and you can see I'm 1, 2, 3, 4 from 17, in which 17 gives me that last seat right here. It gives me the last seat. So 17's a big tier as far as the ship goes, and 18 unlocks the cube for the next deal, and it will take this this ship well over 100 on the power wise as well. I mean, the 100 billion. So, yeah, so it's a big deal. Let's see where we're at loot wise. Damn, we're almost got this thing completely full. So we got our million, and let's do it even 40. And then we'll go. Okay, we did the grabs for the. Oh yeah, I need to go in there and do a redemption. I didn't even do a redemption in there yet. Let's go in the refinery. I didn't do it after we did those solos. So let's go in here and do the redemption. And that's a pretty good little thing. The weird thing is it's still, even though I've got it tiered out, it's still giving me parts, which is weird. Someone said, well, that's if you want to do two of them. Why on God's earth would you want two of these? Even though I've showed you there is some purpose for the ship beyond the little loop that they got here, but why two? You know, just why two? I know you get one if you buy one. You can also pull one in the faction store here, but why? I see no any kind of tactical advantage, or I'm the wrong thing here. You can do it. You do it here in the actual refinery. I don't have it because mine. I pulled it for free, so it's not in here for you to see. But they did have a thing that was up in front of all this where you pull ones, but I pulled it for free. I didn't buy it, but I don't see the purpose of having two because basically once the rub of it of this whole thing is basically you're doing it to get these tokens for this box here and whatever little bit of stuff is it. This is the whole attraction of the whole thing is this part right here is being able to do these grabs and because this was unlocked even when you didn't even have the ship, so this doesn't really freaking matter as far as the loot goes, but the loot go it's all about this. But once you got one, why it's not like it's going to give you double uh, tokens or anything. But there are people on my alliance who do have two, and they pulled it just because they could. I'm like, why? Why would you? Why would you? I don't know. It's just to me the gimmick ships. There's not many gimmick ships that I would make two of. Let's check my level. I'm about a little bit over halfway there. I'm not making these pulls for one reason. I'll show you guys why. No, wrong one. Let's go upgrade. My mirror per card. This tears mirror per card out. I did that during the loop, this last arc, but the rub is it takes this much freaking trillium D to unlock, finishing him out. That's totally crazy. And I actually did some of the efficiencies they got in the thing. I think it affects the shards, but it definitely did not affect this number at all. But yeah, if you could somehow get double pulls or double the loot, double the, double, that'd be a different. You're not getting more than what you already have. But But yeah, but there's a lot of guys in my alliance that goober out on doing the polys. So I guess it gives them a chance to be in two. You get to be in two. It's I think in a way it's kind of even though I agree and disagree on the Stella 2.0, but it is kind of replaced it where you see guys just goobering out and doing these polys all the time, you know. And I mean, I'll do them when I have a bunch of a bunch of directives that I want to get rid of, and then I'm good for a long time. You know, it's not like but there are guys that do these every day, like it's some kind of mechanic that deserves that kind of attention. Well, it isn't. Those guys would be well more better for them to go into augment space and do some freaking grinding there, man, because there's a lot of stuff in there that helps your game. And that's the one thing I can't just give Mr. Tiger's uh, thing a total F on is because most of the things he has, the juice isn't worth the squeeze. But on this one, it is. There's just too much. There's too much stuff. Now the whole away team thing, yeah, that's garbage. The way that whole new revision of the whole thing, but um, there's really not another. Even when it goes away and we don't have those tokens, there's not going to be another better way to acquire the officers in these pools than in here. Now, once you get to the point where you don't have any of these left over that you can pull, then we're talking a whole different story, which I can see that happening actually. And you can see right now I'm got one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 of these officers I'll get nothing but patterns on. But the ones that are left, Carol Freeman, the Cat Doctor, Shanks, Una, Billups, and Ransom, Dugat, Walloon, and Kara, those are key officers. For me, at least. In my game, it is. And the rare one's not is decent, but you can see I've got a large portion of these completely tiered out. Basically, I'm going for James Kirk, Sam Kirk, Mabinga, Una, and the pick officers. All my Voyager officers are done. My pick Beverly's done. So basically, going for like 8 officers, maybe 6 or 7 officers in there. Um, the Epic one's a little bit better though, because you got a few officers in here that he's a newer officer. These two are newer officers. Some of these rares, a lot of them. Again, a lot of them I do have already finished. I'll have Gwen DeMarco finished in about 2 or 3 weeks, probably, and I'll do it through. I mean, I can't believe I've gotten that many shards. I thought I'd be at least 3 months on getting her done. But when I started this arc, I had Gwen at 4. And I had like maybe 15, 16 shards. And I've gotten all these shards through this loop. And we'll get some more through the invasions. But the invasions would take forever to tear up the way that they got the uh, scrap redemption thing in there where they still got it 22 hours for pulls between pulls. Um, he was the easiest officer for me to ever tear out. I did it without spending one dime of money, and I just did it through the loop. Using that. First, I used all the champion stuff for him, and then I started using it for other things after that. But I don't like the mechanic. I'm not gonna lie to you and say that I do, but I don't give him a complete F like I do a lot of his ventures. So I got over a 440. Let's get rid of it. Let's bring it back. Yeah, Gwen DeMarco. See, I can't believe. I don't know. I don't know if I should throw somebody under the bus, but I got in an argument with a prominent. I'm trying to think of a way to word this word. I got in an argument with a prominent content creator because him and his people talked Hamster into changing what was going to be a regular leaderboard event for Gwen DeMarco in for Dash. And it started a controversy on the VIP Discord or the private Discord that they ended up adding a XLB, you know, an you know a leaderboard event. But the rub was it uh, he convinced all these people that Dash was such a better officer that the people on the other server that we went to didn't go after it hard. Well, me and the guy that's the admiral on this thing, we went 1-2 on on Gwen DeMarco because I told him, I said, hey, Gwen DeMarco might be the best officer in the game because she does so much. And you can argue that she is one of the best officer in the game as far as PvP and PvE because you can use her a number of different ways in PvE too. Um, but we got in an argument. We got in a pretty he got pretty heated because I told him that he was completely wrong, that there's not a better officer in the game than Gwen DeMarco, and talking to anybody to get us less Gwen DeMarco shards was stupid. Well, how I mean, she out of the box, she was as good as 7 to 9, you know. And I had my 7 to 9 to tier 4, and I finished 7 to 9 actually. And she crushes as a side officer on armadas too. You put her 7 and Chipotle together, shoot, man, that's a bridge crew that's hard to beat. And but he's walked back. I'll say he's walked back on that since then. But before he had her, he was all, oh, we need Daz, we need those shards. She was supposed to be the third week, so people can unlock her. I said, well, she's a good officer, but we've got officers in the game that's as good as her already that we already have. And I won't lie to you, she is a good officer. I'm not saying that she sucks. She doesn't. She's really good on. There's a couple like those Chimeras. She's really good to be on your deck bridge for that, and you can use her for. I actually use her. Let's see. Let me go with one of my Crenum crews. I use her in one of those too. But I'm not saying she sucked. But you don't. I don't care. I don't. There really was no officer you could put in that leaderboard that I wanted over Gwen DeMarco. Even the Mirror Crew guys. Uh, let's look at my assignments here. We can go in here and do this. I think I using Dash in one of the crew. Yeah, see, I got her with Naismith and Gwen for Crenham, and they do really good. Yeah, Absolutely. And I'll tell you something too, guys. One that you're going to put in your top both of those is going to be this guy. This guy, what he does for both, you can put him below deck, and he's a better defensive officer than Pella or the Cat Doctor. Uh, and he works against hostiles and players. So you got they gave us a really good officer in this set. Um, let's see what his officer bill. I've never used him on off. His officer ability is a weird one. He's kind of like a booby trap for your survey ship because he increases your apex bearer on a survey ship. So you could, if you got some guy that's like one of those nuisance players, you could set you up a booby trap with old Jockum on the side there. I mean, he's the easiest officer to upgrade in the game. You just have to. It takes work. You have to go up there and grind those those loot drops and turn them in for missions and get these signias to. Uh, but he's really easy to upgrade. I think that's how it goes. It's been a minute since I've done it. I mean, I did. I had him done. I had him done before the first arc was done. I mean, I hit that sucker hard when I saw that isolitic defense on that thing, uh, apex barrel defense on that thing. I knew that he was going to be a key player below deck, and in both the PvP and PvE. Um, I haven't heard many people say that, but that's the truth. I can tell you the difference when I put him below. When I put him below deck after I had him tiered up about tier 3 ish, I will say. When I put him below deck in this crew here, on going doing those augments. Okay, I gotta change it. I didn't change it on this deal, but if I take E Troy out of there and I put him in this place, uh, I need to save that. I must have not saved it back when I did it. Let's go ahead and let's go back and save. Been a minute since I've done those for just not going up there and punching out real quick and getting out back. So let's go ahead and save this for the crew. Okay. But yeah. So I went from doing like 135 of those hostiles to well over 200. I never tested how far that it would go. I gave up around 235 ish. So you can use him. Yeah, you can use him for a booby trap because he gives your especially if the guy's barely beating him when you get usually those guys, the roach guys that go and kill miners, um, that aren't the UPC, OPC, any PC, those guys. You stick Jockum in there and he gives you a bunch of defense. And you could put a PvP crew on as well. One of the things that we were doing, me and the guy that's the 70 was we were putting the Freeman crew to mine and watching guys die on there trying to hit it. But you can do that too with him. You could stick him on. I wouldn't waste him on that myself because I'd probably want to use him on whatever else I was doing besides mining. But that's something you could try because what he does, I'll go back to him again, is his officer ability is unwavering faith. On combat start, he increases your apex barrier by 75,000 when attacked by a player on a survey ship. So you stick him on your survey ship and then he gets a surprise. I mean, it's got to be, if he's using a 6-star ship to hit your survey ship, that's not gonna help you. But usually those guys that on our server, let's find one of those creeps. Let's go here and find them. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna go on my server and look for one of the groups. Let's go. Let's go alliances, power, and all I have to do is go down to find one of the. That's not one of them. I'm looking for two different ones. I could have went. You know what? Forget this. Either way, I'll be this. Going to diplomat. Okay, these guys. Let's see if I can. See these little creeps right here. Um, they're not gonna have. They never get much higher. This is one of the higher ones I've seen because I think he tried to go do a regular game for a while, and that's where he advanced. Most of them end up like this cat here that can't get past he's got a server KOS on him, and you can go in here and uh, put one of those guys come in and try to hit your ship. They won't be able to kill it. Yeah, they're roaches, man. That's why I always call them roach alliances. Or let's put the crew back in. Okay, so I'm trying to think what else. I need to do Gorn too. So make sure I didn't pull anybody out. I probably did do it just a second ago. Okay, let's go back. Go back with our loot crew. It's gonna be a loot crew minus Carol Freeman because when I re-put it in there, I did it for when I was doing the one for the I think for one of the events we had. So I'll take her out, put E-Data back in, and I could put Jockholm on there. I'm not going to because I don't need him for what I'm doing here. Okay, let's go group. We'll put E-Data back in there. I think we're good. I don't even think I need Quasi because the Gorn ships don't have Apex Barrier, so the Shred's not gonna do anything. Let's stick McCoy in there instead. So we're gonna go into Gorn space, and lucky this little ship has amazing range. I can take it into the hardest to the 70 system and just pile on. And I'll show you a new way that I was doing it, but I need to loot the uh, regular. Well, no, may do both. I may switch it off and put my eviscerator in it and go use my disco. I'll put about I'll put about 20 million into the cargo hull. And then we'll go and get the eviscerator and go into this system. But I'll have to use my discovery to summon it there. But I'm gonna have to put a. I don't know that I can use a loot crew. I'm just gonna have to let the ship. Uh, we can try and see how much hull damage I take. So what I'll do is when I get back, I'll swap out put the eviscerator there and uh, yeah, man. If put it this way, if that one can just crush the silent enemies like it was doing, it's not going to have any problem on these because these are much weaker entities than the silent enemies. Yeah, they're much easier than silent enemies. That's what I was saying. It's not going to have any problem on killing these. And I probably don't even have to worry about going with the battle triangle with them. Just kill whatever's close. But they are fast. You saw how fast those were all in a group, and that one was way over there by the time it got in its pecking order. So the only problem the whole thing is it gets really lump sided on. I think this is the one I need actually more than that one. Let's go and look and see. So I don't think I'm going to do 20 million after all. I think I'm getting the. Let's go back into the isomatter. This is the one I need. Yeah, so I'm not getting the stuff that I need the most. So I'm going to do. I'm going to do about 5 million and then I'm going to go get the uh, eviscerator. But I do need the other one too. I know not that I don't need the other one, but I need the other one more. So let's get about 5 million of loot, and then we'll go in to get the eviscerator. I was going to go ahead and put 20 million, but I need the other loot more. What did I get in drops earlier? Can you believe it did that again? God almighty. Game's infuriating sometimes. Okay, I'm going to do another forced quit. Okay, let me go ahead and close that window out. You know, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and close the game completely. It's still telling me I'm in game, so I got to wait till it tells me I'm not. So I may have to force quit the game too, the loader part of it. Yeah, it's like I'm going to have to. Dang it. Force quit. Okay, let's restart it. and play. Yeah, I'm on a Mac. Actually, the overall, as far as all three, I've done it on all the platforms except for Android. This one's been the most stable. Even though we've seen some buggy things tonight, um, there are a lot more buggy things on my Mac. On my PC and on my iPad. My iPad's the way I play when I'm not streaming. I mean, iPad's a lot better way to do the solo wave defenses than doing having to click on stuff. Um, but the screen is smaller. That's the only rub. Because right now I'm on a I guess this is like a 32-inch monitor that I'm using here. Well, I had one of those ASUS gaming laptops that I was using. It was not more powerful than my either of my Apple devices. But this one here, this one's real powerful because this Mac Studio I'm using. Um, let's see if we can find it. The last time I was playing the game and streaming, I'm only using like 5% of my processor speed. Well, like it on my even my gaming laptop was pretty powerful. It wasn't as powerful as this unit is. Even though I haven't really done it, I kind of went to this format so I didn't have to transfer video all the time to my uh, MacBook Pro to do edit for YouTube. But this has opened a whole new door to me once I change to this software that I'm on right now, where I can dual stream. Now you can do it in OBS, but you've got to use a third party software, to add another something else to go wrong. I haven't really had any problems with Ecamm as far as streaming part goes. It's always been the game that's brought issues and not really the software. Like I said, to the point where I'm thinking about expanding uh, this. I think tonight we're actually on you not only YouTube but we're on Facebook as well. I forgot I added that. I'm gonna have to go into Facebook and really look at that stuff. I haven't looked to see what the quality is. But like I said, for this one, I need to change the titles because I screwed up on all three of the times I launched tonight. And like when I get off stream, I'm definitely going to get a Sharpie and come over here and put a red mark on the return key, so I don't do that again. Well, they're doing some Armada stuff. Yeah, I think it went back to Galaxy Chat again. Let's see where we at far as loot wise. I got almost 2 million. Let's see what it's. Yeah, I'm gonna wait until once I get exactly 2 million of the volatile, I'll leave because it's not what I need. I need the other one. But it would be nice to go in here and fill up the entire cargo hold full of this stuff. if it was even. Is there anything else earlier I said I wanted to do? I think I've covered the Revenant solos. I did the Silent Enemies, and I'm doing my Gorn run. I can't think there was one other thing I needed to do. With the Garage Band and Cloud. Yeah, I liked Linux. I played with Linux for when it first came out. I had a couple of laptops that actually were obsolete with Windows that I was able to recover and use again for a long while with using a Linux platform. Linux platform is pretty cool. I mean, I like I said, well, I wanted to use OBS because they are an open platform people, and you don't have to purchase. I always like to reward that for people that because I don't use Microsoft Office. I use the Open Office that you can get from the open source stuff. It works just as good on most things. What about auto grinding the? I'll do that. I'll do that later. What time is it, guys? Let's see. I wrote a music player that interfaces between my phone, Linux, and my Macintosh. Cool. But yeah, I just bought a new guitar. I've got to get. I haven't really played it much since I got it. Um, I did go in my storage and actually go and get my amps out of there because when I guess it was about in April, I had to move everything out of my apartment so they could put new flooring in. And I just got my amps out. Yeah, I got a new Jackson Rose guitar that I haven't played a whole lot of either with it, but it does put some good groove down. You heard some of it in in that deal. I wanted to get one like Randy's, but I just didn't want to spend the money for it. I got a cheap one because I always wanted to play one, and I never did back in the day. But I guess it was about 2 years ago I bought it. I bought it on Musician's Friend. It was one of the cheaper ones. I did get one that doesn't have the Floyd Rose on it because I've always heard bad things about the Floyd Rose and that keep making it hard to keep in tune. I know Eddie Van Halen loved them, but Eddie Van Halen had a guitar tech that tuned up his guitars, the many hundred guitars that he had. So that doesn't really count. So okay, 5 a.m. Yeah, we could probably send the Reliant out. Let me pull this crew though. Let me see what I got on loot wise. My loot count is. Let me go here. Let's see. We got more than we need. Let's go ahead and pull it back. I'll show you what I put in my Reliant. I did buy it, and I didn't like pull deals. I went ahead and got it because I don't. I think if I had a do-over, I wouldn't have bought it. I'll be honest with you with that because I had to spend too much money to make it relevant. I ended up buying the unlock in two packs for parts because it came with no parts. Um, which I haven't been buying the ships lately. That I've found out that that's been a newer thing that they don't include any parts in the day one pack anymore. Used to that was the reason to buy it because you could usually uh, unlock it and it had enough parts in it to take it up to like almost tier three. But now, from what I understand, the last I guess all the way back to the Revenant. I mean the this ship here, they stopped doing it because I didn't buy the last ones. I didn't buy. I tried to get you to wait. Well, I wanted to be able to get the loot, use it for the thing that it was, but uh, I fell into the trap wanting to, because how good that faction store is. Fell in a trap wanting to be able to get as much loot as possible. And to be fair, when I the first loop before they put this thing in here, um, to be fair with myself on that is when I was grinding with my Kretschna up in this space here before they redid the distribution of the loot in here. This was heavy epic, uh, a very good portion of rare, and very little uncommon. Well, for the officers I really want. I want the uncommon, so I really bought it to um, mine in this 50 system, and I had to get it strong enough to where I could do it. But then they changed everything where uh, they changed the rarities of the pools up top because some of the top players complained that they were having to grind in multiple systems to be able to keep the refinery. So that was the thing I was talking about in the stream a couple last week where I thought it was unfair what they did. They appeased the higher players and then ripped off the lower players. Because you go down in this system below 40 and below, you're getting nothing but common and only common. Instead of being the same fare was they should have put where you get mostly common, but you get a little small sliver of all the other three. But it's not like the let's be honest, guys, or let's be really honest. Let's go into that. Go into that. Let's go into those pools. Who needs these officers more than the higher players, the lower players? Most of them, some of them may not even been a player when these arcs popped. So they're not getting uncommon, they're not getting rare, and they're not getting epic unless they got a ship that they can grind higher than ops. Because even when let's go ahead, we're gonna go ahead and take this ship out of the loop. Let's go my aug crew. So this is my augment crew. I've got Janeway. I got her, and I'll stick her in. I'll have to rearrange because of course my that ship doesn't have the seats below that ship does. So we're gonna be missing a couple of officers. So I'm gonna have to move them around. Let's see. Let's find it. Here it is. So mine is tier 8 which is nothing. It's not shabby, but I took it up to tier 6 day one, so I could grind in the 50 systems. So let's take. I want to leave him for the Apex Shred. So I'm going to take Brianna out, believe it or not. And he's not in a seat. So I'm going to take that out. May get popped, guys, because I'm waiting a little bit later, too late in the morning to start doing this. But I'll just do it because someone asked. So I usually do this system, this 54. I mean, like, even here, I don't think I get epic in this system. I don't think I get any epic or not. Yeah, I don't get the. Uh, yeah, I don't get the biggest loot. I do get some. I do get some rare. I do get common. I do get uncommon. But I looked at those boxes. The ones that I was most wanted the most was actually the uncommon. The other ones are not too shabby, but if you say which one do you if you could put it this way, if you gave you a general loot and you could choose how you spent it instead of these different rarities, I would spend the hardest on the uncommon because it has the more of the officers that I want in it. Okay, so what I usually do is I usually put it right up here at the very top, so those, when they spawn out, they don't have very far to go. The first one usually spawns wherever it spawns, but the next ones will all spawn. Well, I got it in time. And we'll see what we get. Like on a normal, let's look at the normal hostile first. You see you get no epic. You get still stronger on the common, rare, I mean your uncommon and then your rare. But when I go up to the top, I get all four. Well, that wasn't the case early on. The case was early on that you're very heavy on the epic, got maybe half that much on the rare, and you just got a little sliver of uncommon. So basically, I bought this Revenant to grind right where it's at right now. I don't really care if I ever upgrade it anymore. I will, but this is the 50 systems. Maybe I might move it up closer to maybe the upper systems. Maybe I think I can do all three of these, all four of these right now. I tend to move them, but that one's where I get the biggest amount of the drop boxes because the drop boxes to me are as important or more important than the uh, actual loot because it fuels the second part of the loop. Oh, it does. It's scoring in the event. All right, so yeah, so I'm I think it was kind of when they went ahead and did the redistribution. If they had done that before they put the line out, I don't think I would have bought it because basically I can take my Kretschna, go up in here and get all the stuff I need, and I don't need to go lower anymore after they redistributed everything. But I do think, like I said, I think the lower players got the shaft in that whole deal. All right, let's make some pulls. And you can see how awful that exchange is, guys. I mean, not that this one was great, but that one's even worse. Check and see if I got anything else. Let's go check at the parts. It gave me a healthy amount of parts. A real healthy amount of parts, just doing what we did in the silent enemies. I don't know if you guys are aware, you can mine the 6G parts. You know, last night I had real poor reception. I went and put all 8 of my ships into one of the uh, interceptor things and grinded interceptor parts most of the night, or mined it, not grind, but mined it. Okay. In fact, that reminds me, I need to go in Xborg and make that one of those pulls for that. Uh, all the ones I pull right now are going to go for the cube for the next after I upgrade. So I might maybe make several upgrades when I get it up there because I'm not going to be getting there anytime soon. So I might be able to upgrade half my cube by the time I get up there. Yeah, the one thing that people are still harping on that I don't think is really obsolete today, and I'll I'll show you guys why. I decided to start just pulling these because I'm collecting so many of them. I mean, I don't have anything to spend them on, but I was just piling up these directives or whatever they are. I do need to do some. Probably should wait until Tuesday. I need to make some pulls for here, but we got that Tech Tuesday event that uses these. See, all that grinding I did up there, and I still don't have enough to make another pull. I'll go ahead and do this one. I'll have to come up with the eviscerator later. Okay, now I was going to need to look. Is there any, except for the E Picard crew, I don't have any here I can pull anymore. That's only Riker and uh, E Picard. Everybody else is tiered out, so I've got to be really lucky to not get just patterns like that. And I believe I've got all these that are in here, not most of them at least. I think there's a couple that I don't have finished. Now that one I don't have finished. That one will probably help. And that's a good little thing right there. Okay, let's check and see how much loot we got so far. See, I'm probably to the point now with the ship that I could probably put Carol Marcus up there and not worry about taking as much hull damage. Get another gain. I don't know if it stacks with the ship. That's something no one's. That's a question that people have asked that I've heard no answer to. Does Carol Marcus's ability stack with the Reliant, or do they just act the same? Ship parts, yeah, the ship parts. You can go into these systems and as only works for 6 star, 6 star, 6G or whatever you want, however you want to call it. Say 61 plus for those 60 ships. Um, there's systems in every one of them. Klingon, Federation. We'll look at the Federation one. Let's go ahead and put the mining. Uh, so I go in here. Let's go. Let's find one. Okay, here's one for looks like battleship parts. You go in there and you can mine those nodes on there that and get battleship parts. Broken ones that you exchange in the store, but you could stick multiple ships in there and get millions because they mine fast. That's the one thing that they do. They do mine fast. You can empty a node in 45 minutes, and that's the cool thing about it. It's fast. You can. There are also some here. Let's find another one wrong. And okay, here is an interceptor one here. I think the lowest one's a 63 system somewhere. So if you could get a 63 system, you could mine in there. But they're most of them are all hazards, unfortunately. Um, it mines it pretty quick. So if you're say you're not actually playing the game, but you're can be by your phone or whatever, this is not a bad way to farm a bunch of parts for your ships. So you can do that. I mean, there's something nobody told me. I've something I figured out on my own. I never heard of anybody talking about the how easy it is to mine that stuff on there because I'm not sure if it takes lesser than a 5 star. I mean, a 6 star ship. I haven't tried it. I don't think I have anything with warp range that could do it, and I don't think like my Nova has hazard. Let's put one. I'll put a Nova on just for grins and see if I can get up there with it. I don't think I can. And I'm not sure that there's any system that you can port in. Let's see, I'm all home. Okay, so I don't know that I got the warp range for it. I think should be one in the 63 system. Okay, here's one for, yeah, see, I don't have the warp range for that. But one of my Selkies would. I'll get the lowest one I got and put it in its place. Okay, I was looking for this forbidden technology and I couldn't find it on one of the ships. I'm gonna take it off right now, unequip, so I can use it for something else. I mean, I looked all over the place, man. That's where it's at because it just puts it in a hanger on you, and you can't figure out where. I can put that in one of my other ships. Okay, so we're gonna swap. We're gonna put a Selkie on. We're gonna get my lowest one. Okay, it looks like this one. I got a tier 2 one. Do I have the warp engine done on it? Uh, no, I don't. Let's go ahead and just do the warp engine on it. Okay, let's now go back. So I'm showing you like the lowest ship possible. And again, you probably don't want to use like the uh the matte mining crew. Just you need more generic ones. The generic crew is going to help you more. Okay, so yeah, I got more than enough there. So we're going to go in here. I'll do explore parts just for grins to show you guys in stream. Yeah, I really hope that you can, when they do finally add the scrapping, that they put the Nova in there so I can scrap my Novas. But I doubt they'll ever be that cool to do that for you. Let's see, how much more do I need to finish that? What's in the event store? Okay, let's see. I'm going to go down the line, see if I've got anything else I missed. Because some of this might go away when the reset comes. Okay, I want to get... who do I want with this group? Trying to think. Maybe you know what? I'm going to go with Rachel. Looks like there's a little bit of sourcing coming on with Rachel. I'll get a Rachel Garrett one. Okay. I mean, I halfway want, if there was an officer I had close, um, oh boy, man, I got a bunch of one there. Where did I get the second? I know I got these, but I got some another redeemed somewhere. Okay, dude, let's see. 10,000 is a little different story. Do I go in here and I'm working on DeGalt? Do I use, I think I am going to do, I'm going to take 2 shards for him and then use this other one for Rachel Garrett. Go back to Rachel Garrett. Could use it on her if I get any more or later today, but Rachel Garrett. I got one. Who officer can I pull that can use this little bit left over? It shows me one in here, but I don't see anything lit up. Right? You saw that? No, you know what? I wouldn't have been a bad deal to, because he's a hard person to source to use some on him, but he's not that good of an officer though. But if you're like me and you like to tear these guys out, it might not. Okay, let's see what else we got here. So I've got. How long does this thing go? 2 more days? Okay. Okay, now it's time to set our miner up so you guys can see how fast these are. I don't want to use, that's a small node. Here you go. So you can see this one's will take 4 hours. This is one of the lower ones. My 58 ship, my 68 ships are mining a lot faster. But you can set multiple ships in here, and then you're good to go with a bunch of parts. Okay, let's see where we're at. Loot wise. Okay, we're barely OPC. We got 13 drops. For how many parts? I think it's 400,000. 450,000. I'll go. That was a full node. I'll find another one. Right there. Like I said, that's like my lowest Selkie too. Like if I put, I think it'll show you with if I put have one of my 68 ships mining it. It's like 45 minutes, I think, or about 2 hours. But you can see the difference in the mine speeds on it. So, but yeah, you can set. I can set like I got 4 of the 68 ships, and I can set all 4 of them in here, and they'll just do their business. And when they're full, I'll either reset the node or send them back. But there are bigger nodes than that. These are some of the smaller ones. The ones up in the higher space. Um, they're like over 1 million. Like this one here probably is. What crew do I have on that? Okay, I got the mirror crew. Okay, let's go. Let me go back in this one. Go back out. We'll check in Klingon space and see if we can find an interceptor one. Okay, here we go. 69 space. Let's see if I got the. Okay, not that one, but let's see this one. Okay, let's check one of my other ships. You have to look at the. Okay, either way would be to see what the stupid hazard is. Okay, what is the hazard? It is ion. So I need my Federation ship for that. So swap. Pull my Federation. I don't know if it's got the warp range because it's not as high as that one. But we'll see if it does. How much am I missing there? Not very much. Let's see. Let me go into. I got an upgrade. Maybe I can get the warp engine if it's not one of the ones that needs to be upgraded. Let's see. Yep, it is the warp engine, so I got it now. Okay, let's go back. I hate when it does that, man. Okay, we got to go all the way back. So now we got the warp engine. We can go into 69 space on this one. I think that's it. No, that's not the wrong. I'm at the wrong end of it. I think it's right there. You saw me just upgrade the warp engine. Why did it not go higher than that? Maybe I need to clear localization on that because it should have doing what I just did should have gave me the warp range because I'm 20 away from it. Let's see. If that's not the case, that's the biggest total rip off ever. that upgrading the warp engine at that tier didn't even give me 20 more in. It didn't actually move it. It's the same as it was before. Okay. Nope, it still didn't give me it. Now it's showing. Oh, that's the wrong ship. Still, now I'm like 13 off. Dang, man. All right, let's take her off. You put old Grush is already in one of the ships. Yeah, can't do it. Okay, I'm gonna look and see if find one that I can. I'm gonna put discard. I'll find one that I can use my Klingon, my higher ship on. That is total horse crap that I upgrade the engine and it doesn't change the warp range at all. All right, let's look and see. I guess I'll look. I want to do interceptor parts, but now I just want to see, let you guys see what the bigger nodes look like. Okay, let's see. Let's go. What's they got here? Let's change this. See what we got up here. We got Explorer parts, but that's not the right. That one I don't have the right radiation on it. Let's see. This one's radiation, so I would take my Romulan ship, and I don't think the Romulan ship is where the Fed ship is, so it won't work there. So let's look in Romulan space now. Okay, that one has battleship parts. Okay, that one will go. Hey, how you doing, man? Glad you're on the stream. All you, thank you guys, man. Y'all been doing a really good job tuning in, helping me out. Thank you all. I mean, well, y'all both have helped me set some milestones on both um, Twitch and oh gosh, that was good, cool. Do I have enough to make the pool now? If you guys haven't gotten a chance to do these, man, these are like, no, I still don't have enough loot yet. I'm almost there. This gives you a full unlock of one of these officers. And it would be my luck that they would give me Mirror Picard when I don't need him now. And that would totally suck, man. It really would. I do. Out of the ones that are sitting here, the ones that I would prefer to have would be any of these. These are all the four good officers. But it'd be my luck I'll pull Mirror Picard, even though I don't need Mirror Picard. So these I don't do anymore because there's look. You can see there's like two officers in here that I can do. I just let it. I just pull these when I can and let whatever's going to be in there go. But it is a good sourcing for if you're in your ops level that those officers are still available for you. It's not a bad way to spend the tokens for. It's just there's nothing in that, nothing that I can draw in there that helps me. I just let it go to the next one. I wish they would come up with some new events. I'm tired of all the ones that they put between the arcs. They need to go in there and come up with some new crap. and especially that one that they gave us was an extended one, like the one we have this time, where they gave us the Borg one twice within 10 days. And I know that there are guys on my server that are lower that go to do that event very hard when it comes in there, goes and does all the armadas and all that stuff. They're not going to have loot to do it 2 times in 10 days. You know, they're just not. But they need to come up with some new stuff between arcs because I didn't even do one thing in the Borg one. I mean, I scored in the event because I was had tiered up, grabbed officer shards. But other than that, I didn't. This is the first time I never did anything. I usually did the first thing, and also did the Talios thing, but didn't even do that this time. Okay, so let's go back. We go right back in there, and we got some more officers we can pull from that draw. And it's cool. This maybe that was one of the better things I picked in this. Now I got this daily drip of galactic recruits. I get 1 or 2 pulls every day now. And these are all pretty good officers. At least for me, it's not to the point where I think I would go in there and buy it for the because they don't have any lucky pulls in there. You're getting a single pull from all these. I don't think what they want the amount of the loot that you get for $100 and versus your chances to pull the ones that you want to me isn't worth it. Um, I think I bought one of the packs when it first came out, and then saw that there's no lucky pulls like here you get. To me, I think these are more valuable, even though I don't have there's not many of these offers that I don't have finished now. But you always get that chance of the lucky pull on some of these officers. It's not showing it in here anymore. I got a lucky pull the other day when I pulled one of these, but it was an officer I already had. Huh. Ugh. I'm a sheep. Oh man. Okay, I can make this pull. That's basically the only thing I pull out of that very thing there. And this right here, I don't do these anymore because I don't have anything in that research tree I can actually pull. I basically make the uh, territory pulls just for my alliance, but I've got everything in here that matters till completely finished. And now it's not going to even show me the stupid tree. I mean, there's some stuff like this. I never built one of these, so I didn't waste. And it's not like it gives you any points in any of the events. And you can see all these are done. I do have some station stuff in here that I can pull. A lot of them are some primes that I didn't. This wouldn't be too bad if I hadn't already got most of these where I want them. Oh, I see one of those guys come up there and hit it. Trying to see. There was something in here I wanted to. Okay, that one has. Yeah, I mean they're good for you when these are all good researchers. I'm not. Oh, that guy went and got my Selkie. Well, I thought he got my other one. That's okay. He's using Enterprise. Who's this? I better pull it. We got traffic in there. I'm a little bit OPC, so I'm going to go ahead and pull it. So we got up in here. So we look at the big one, and then we'll fly it back. See, like you get like a million, and look how fast it mines it though. You saw how it was 2 hours on those lower modes. I can pull a million of the battleship parts in an hour and 2 minutes. Let's go ahead and speed this up. I don't think my second one will be able to make it here. But if it does, I'll send it. But I don't think it will. I don't think it has a warp range. Okay, let's put. It will because I got Grush and. All right, let's go ahead and do it. What the heck? Okay, so I'm gonna put the Revenant back in the first slot with my PvP crew. We're gonna go do some look for some OPC. Let's swap ships. And I'm using the Revenant just because it has a big cargo hold. So if there's somebody's real OPC, I'm getting it all, not just part of it. And if I go in there's a whole system of OPC people, I don't have to fly back and come back. Okay, so we're gonna retire the Revenant for. I was lucky I didn't get popped just then. Let's see what we got box wise. 3,900. Let's see if that gives us enough for a mission. Nope, I need a little bit more for our mission. It used to be a good place to OPC hunt. So many guys would go in there and just leave their ships overnight. Us open as OPC up in 6 star space really changed everything. Like I said, they tried to go on this, all the farming alliance went on there and voted that to protect players 61 to 63 from up here, but I ain't going for that. They need to learn early on not to go OPC. Okay, right now there's nobody here I can take. Let's look in the lower space. This one here. But yeah, that's where basically where I've been mining. I've been mining up in the higher system where the nodes are even faster. As you can see, that one was. I think I'm going to go ahead and fill up the cargo hold with both the battleship parts, and I'll look and find the highest interceptor parts I can go to the rest of the day. They don't. The thing is, they don't for mining money. They don't count, which is stupid. They also don't count. I don't think count oxygen either. But anyway, so I was going to show you guys a couple of things in the X-Borg. We'll do that while that thing's flying over there. Um, there are 2 packs that really make the Ferengi whip or mining lat obsolete. Is this thing here? Is I can use some of this loot, and you can see right here. I don't do it very often because you don't need to. That's a whole lot of pulls right there. The one that I use all the time where I don't have to mine it is this one. I didn't do it last couple while I was working, but let's see, we got some stuff in here I need to pull though. That frees a bunch of some of this favors in here free you from a bunch of the uh, loops in here. Definitely the one for the Stella. You can you can actually finish the deal with ever scrapping it once, which I did. Okay, let's see, artifact. Don't really need this one anymore, but basically the only thing I have to spend those parts on is here's another one that uses the rare, but I only do it during the rep event just for grins. This is one I need right here. Oh yeah, I got bells. Heck yeah. All right. And then I pull this one whenever it's available, this mega chest. Because has a bunch of parts and you get a chance for some mats. That's a good pull. And like I was saying, here's the Stella one I was talking about. You get 7 chests for that and 7 times this right here. This is better than any scrap you'll ever get for your Stella. And believe me, uh, I'm still living on the pulls from that. Uh, Okay, so we're done with that. So we should be in our ship should be there now. And it's in a hazard that it's stronger than the hazard protection. So I need to do a quick look in here. Nobody. Like I figure there's not going to be anybody until this time tomorrow. This time tomorrow, you're going to see me rake some. You're going to see some. I mean, you don't. Bad thing about it, you don't. It's a choice thing. You don't get bells every time, but it's worth. Did it already get there? Oh, I no, I don't think. Hopefully, I didn't. Don't think I did that. I hope I didn't. No, it's still getting into the system. Thought I've screwed up there for a minute. All right. Yeah, it's a roll of the dice. You don't get bells all the time, but it's worth pulling if you got the loot to pull it. Most def. Let me look in this. I want to look at some of these other factions and see if I got any more pulls. I wish I had loot for this. I mean, I've almost just gave up on trying to get in one of these squads, man. It just, especially after last time, I finally find a squad that we all kind of close to the same level. So when we draw somebody, we're not handicapping our other guys. And those dudes, we got slightly outmatched. I don't know that we would have won it if we would have tried, but those guys didn't even try. They just left me hanging. They never left their station. Just left me hanging. That's when I wished I was streaming because I would have posted that on both things, like in the highlight thing where it never goes away. And the title, here's the two biggest P words in uh, Star Trek Fleet Command. That's what it got. That's what it got posted on there. I didn't record it because I hadn't had a chance to get in a squad all day, and it's kind of because I tried that like maybe the second or third week of them, and that was really where the guys at my alliance decided they didn't want to do them no more, and I couldn't get a squad. And it was kind of embarrassing, man. And so I got in an argument. I left this alliance I'm in because of that. I called them a bunch of big P words. One guy was. I'm saying, dude, it's a free mechanic. Who cares if you lose? You get loot if you win or lose, and the loot's more important than the ranking right now because there's way too many good things in that store to redeem. So the next week it was the same thing. I couldn't. I set in the queue. I'd get one guy, or it was just before public, and so as soon as it was over with, I booked. I dropped Lions, went solo for a little while. Then one of the other guys and one of the other alliances said, "Hey man, we hit those hard. Why don't you come and do them with us?" And I went over there, And yeah, they did. They weren't very good at them. You know, they weren't very good at them at all. And then also me jumping in. I was like op 66 at that time, maybe 65 or 66. And but now we got now my friend Wildcard's got his Kretschner completely tiered out, and he's got a 60 something, 160 something billion cube. I'm gonna see if I can get him to go back and do them again because he was drawing like he's getting like the worst draws ever, where he was like uh, going against some of the biggest spenders in the game and the ones that he didn't and he didn't have a chance on doing it. But now with my correction up where it's at, and he got his is tiered out, and he's got a 160 cube. I think we have a chance if we can find one more guy that we can make our own squad and do them. And I won't be. It won't be too long. I'm probably about a month away from having my cube up high enough to where. Okay, there's a. I'm not gonna signal him. I'm gonna go ahead and get close to him before I get on top of him. I want to get on top of him before I. And he might be OPC. That might be a bonus. Let's see who this guy is. Let's see. Pop him. That's what I'm talking about right there. Okay, let's see. I don't think there's any more. Let's go into the low fed space. I could probably go up to the middle systems, up to where they can port. I don't know of many guys that can go up into the 69 systems like I can. Me and about 5 guys on this server. Look, I already got 300,000 parts in that thing right now. And it takes a lot of parts to work those refineries, man. Okay, I got some gas. I must have got some of that materials in the pools I just made in the faction stores there because I didn't have one before. Okay, let's go in the parts now. May have some. Nope. I need to go in and see. Now that I got that tech free, I need to put it in one of my other mining chips. That I need to put it in this one I've got. This one here. I need to put that tech I just pulled out of that Selkie. I need to put it in there, but I don't think I'm anywhere close to being able to unlock the whatchamacallit on it. Okay, there's a bunch in here. Let's check them all out. 0 node, but no loot. These must be small. I think these are small nodes up here. That some of their ships now are bigger, got bigger cargo holds than what this is hold. So it's hard to find OPC unless you guys doing it deliberately. Got to be careful. One time I was doing that and it accidentally. Good thing I'm not close to them. I was right on top of it and it got stuck and it. Because like I said, I don't, unless they're KOS, I'm not going to hit somebody's mining ship. I'm looking for loot. I don't care about anything else. Here's some loot. Gosh, he's just barely over too. How much more of the, you know what, we'll go up in the system and come back. And come back and get him when he's got more loot in there. And I think we already checked this guy. We'll do it anyway. Oh no, I must not have. Okay, how much? Oh, he's just barely over too. Let's come back and let's see if these guys are later. I'm not gonna pop a guy for 3,000. All right, but I will come back. I'll come back and check it before I go in. If they got more than that when I come back, then I'm gonna take them both. This is a hazard systems. This is a very popular place. There's some 63 systems and all three of them they're very popular because you can really the first place that you can the hazards is really low on these. This is a place where you can get that milestone that's in the dailies for it. So these are real popular systems in all three faction spaces to mine. It may be the second most popular place than that 70 system I just showed you. So I'm expecting to see some guys in here. Whether they're going to be OPC or not, well, we'll see. But I got 1 million from a guy in here the other day. Oh, yeah. Goodbye. Okay, now that one is an OPC. So we leave that one alone. So I got a good haul right there. That one was nice. I think tonight we'll do some more of the little hijinks that we are doing the other night where we were uh where I was sending my D4 and my D3 out to hit 5-star ships. We'll do some more of that tonight. I don't expect the event load to be very high today. I'm hoping we get another interim battle pass though, maybe with some better officers in it. Okay, here's a 70 player. And he's not OPC. He probably just put these on here because I saw him somewhere else already. Oh, here's a red dot. What red dot is this? Gosh, I've been popping this guy's ships all night long. He was OPC too. So that was nice. Let's see how much he was. Ooh, almost a half a million. Let's see how much I got from Starbuck here. Now she's the one that I got 400 from her, so I've almost got 1 million from these two hits. Um, yeah, I'm hoping they had some good officers too. Like the last one, That's the first time I didn't purchase a battle pass in, I think, the history of the game, or at least my history in the game. Battle pass is always a good. The guy that says I don't buy even buy battle passes, and he's an idiot. I mean, because there's way more. Like even the regular one that's $19, $20. There's way more stuff in that battle pass is way beyond $20 worth of resources. Most time just in the mats alone. Even if you throw out the officers, you throw out everything else that's in there. Uh, I guarantee the mats you would get in that choice rewards would be more than you get in $100 pack. Yeah, I don't do those anymore. I mean, I get enough from just regular play of the game that I don't need those anymore. Be right back. But I will agree with you if those rare armadas were part of your game and something you use was useful for you. You got a bunch of directives for $10. There's one. How much over is he? I'm gonna get him anyway. Normally I wouldn't get somebody for that, but I don't like that guy. Let's see about he's got a couple out. They're all OPC. Let's see. That one's more. I'm gonna pop all three of these. Maybe I didn't see if the other ones got. Has he OPC on that one? Yeah, he's OPC on all three of these. Not much over, but he's still OPC. Let's grab it. Let's grab this one first. And I'm going to verify another scan to make sure I see this in it. I've been screwed before, and somebody said, "Oh, you hit my ship on UPC," but that's not what I was seeing in the same. Yeah, so yeah. So I don't think there's going to be anybody here. So I think it'd be waste of my time to go up there, but we'll go. That's as far as I think anybody in this deal would go. I don't think they would. There's anybody besides me and Wildcard that can mine up there. I can't mine up here. I can mine here if I got the right ship. I'm pointing with my finger. I can mine here, but I can't mine there. I don't have a ship with strong enough radiation or hazard protection to be able to hit that. But yeah, I mean, far as what we saw in the battle pass, um, I picked hit the wrong one. Okay, let's go back. What he's talking about here, you got some rare directives in here as part of the unlocked ones. So you got enough for one start. Isn't it 200 for a start? So you got one start, and if you're still in a place where this helps you, you get this, which is these are not bad. This is not a bad pack if it was relevant to me. The only thing that I can use in this whole set are these deals. So basically, I would be spending $10 for 7 shards of her, and it wasn't worth it. Even though $10 isn't a lot, but it's not worth what. Who's this? The Fury guy. He's doing Okay, I don't see anybody mining up here. You probably need to get out of here for. Let's go all the way back down to the first one. We're gonna pop these other guys that were OPC. We're gonna go back. But we got a nice little haul right there all together. We got over 1 million in gas. Got a little bit of ore. Some that was one somewhere on the other one. So we're doing pretty good. We got 1.5 million almost, and yeah, 1.6 million in mats. I wonder why it keeps telling me I got 3 upgrades, but I only got one player that I can upgrade. I went and searched to make sure that I didn't miss some. Put going in here and this part here where I think she's out, so she doing that right here, doing this part here where you level her. I've got her as high as she goes. I mean, I went through all these officers, but it still shows me 3 that that I can upgrade 3, but there's only one. No, the last time it did that, there was an officer I missed that I tiered up, but I didn't level up. But I went and looked through every officer to see what it was because it's driving me crazy seeing that 3 up there when I know that I don't have 3. I don't think I have anything in here even. I got these, but I'm not gonna pull them. I'm just gonna wait for the next time this stupid event comes along, and I'll have this available in 39 minutes, and I can make another pull. And again, it's giving me those rare directives but at least it's something other than, uh, something rather than something than transporter patterns. And that's exactly what I would get if I pulled any of those officer ones. I'd get all transporter patterns and not get the maybe one officer that I don't. Eat this. 6 minutes, 6.5. Put me a TV dinner in. I found this TV dinner. It's pretty good. It's a cheese enchilada dinner. It's as good as some of the restaurants that I've went to. Okay. Let's see where he's at now. Still barely over, but he's over. I think it was this guy too, was over. I don't think any of the other guys were in here. We'll check them one more time. I think we just checked him. We'll make it sure. I think we got everybody in this space. Let's go into Romulan space next. I don't remember the last time I pulled an officer charge from that. I did the other day because actually there's one officer that's in that bunch that you can't source anywhere else. Let's go back to it. Uh, there's one officer that I know was bugging my friend Wildcardy because he couldn't tear her up ever. Um, her. This is the only place that you can actually pull her in the game. Is this inside of here? Because she's not in anywhere else that we can find. And she's the only person in this whole thing I don't have done. How much? Can't remember how much this pull is for this stupid. I'll take a chance and see if I can get one for her. But I don't know. But he sat there and he was doing it because he wanted her finished. Okay, let's check this 68. Okay, he's not done. Let's see, do we have any red dots? No red dots. I'm going to move him over here just because I don't want him on top in case I slip on screen. I bet none of these guys got bigger ships. They're not going to be a whole PC, I don't think. Well, here we go. Here's one. Who is this? Oh, same guy, but in a different. Well, bud, you're going to lose 2 ships now. How about this one? Nope. Yeah, looks like that's the only one here. Okay, let's go here. Like here's another 63 system, very popular because it's the lowest hazard one that you can mine in. And you'll see guys of even like 70 players come in here and mine in here just because, like I said, basically any of your ships will have enough hazard protection to be in that. If you've done any of the research, that is. Yeah, she's good for mining ISO, but he likes to he's like me. He likes to finish officers, and it's bugged him that she's only like tier 2 or something like that. I don't know how we got her open. It's probably in lower part of the game when you weren't even paying attention to that, because she wasn't that great of an officer. But and I think he was still trying to finish his mess hall too, so he's looking for any officers he could tear up to finish that out. See, like I said, you got a 70 player that's mining in this space. And like I said, he just put his there's a couple red dots. Let's go get those. Well, these guys better be ready for this, because as soon as this thing pops, I'm gonna be patrolling this thing all day. If they're OPC, they're mining for me. Uh, let's see what else we got in here. Nobody there. How about this one? No. That's a guy that watches his stream sometimes. But he was way OPC last week, and I gave him a pass. Is that a 0 node, or is he still mining off of us? He's still mining. Let's let him mine the rest of this and come back. We'll come back on the way back. Let him pull some more for us. There's a next system way up here. No, I doubt he plays Pokemon, and maybe his kids did at one time, but tomorrow, this time tomorrow when we're doing this, I'm gonna have to go dump my uh, cargo in this ship at least a couple of times. But that's what's insane. I got 1 million, and this still hadn't even come close to going OPC in this ship. So even if somebody gets pissed off, and come up and pops them, if they can, I'm not losing anything. And I'm trading 6-star stuff for stuff I can't use. Okay, sounds like my dinner's done. Let me go grab it out of the microwave, let it cool down. see, go. Let's grab Dr. Pepper. Yeah, the only thing is I'm out of the salsa though. Like I had to buy paste picante sauce. Because I guess my supermarket stopped carrying it. They're getting really bad about not carrying stuff. Or I have to go to Kroger instead of Tom Thumb and get it, or go to the restaurant and buy it. That's another option. So we don't. I don't see anybody in here, but this was a good place. Some people did do mine in here because the hazard is a decent hazard. It's got 300, but it's still not as high as some of these other ones over here. But yeah, I was kind of not I won't say upset, but I was kind of shocked that they stopped carrying El Phoenix salsa on the shelf because they were like one of the first ones to like put their salsa in a grocery store. You know, you see a bunch of restaurants putting their salad dressings and stuff in there. Now I actually saw Arby's sauce and it my Tom Thumbs the other day when I was going through the condiment aisle, which I thought was weird, not weird, but I thought it was strange. I don't know that I would buy Arby's sauce to put on something besides an Arby's sandwich that I bought at the store when I could get the packets for free. But that was kind of strange that they would sell it in the store. Because I really don't know of anything that I would put that on besides an Arby's sandwich. Really nobody minding. Okay, let's go back. I'm gonna switch this to my NX01. I'm gonna look into the space up here. So can you look in here without using a token? Okay, there's a red dot. And he's OPC. Way OPC too. Almost 1 million. We're going to come back and get that guy. Let's look and see what else is in here. Good. Let's see what else is going on in here. Good. We're going to pick up some really good stuff in here, guys. Okay, let's get this guy pull what he needs to pull. Well, there's another red dot. Another 2 red dots. Okay, we're recalling. We're going to go in there and get some. Okay, let's look in the other system. Let's see what else is. We got that one. Let's see what we were in that one just a little bit ago. So I am going to use the NXO ability to look in there instead of flying in there. Okay, no red dots. Well, yeah, there is one. But yeah, this Mexican food TV dinner is pretty good. I guess I've ate worse in little hole in the wall Mexican food places. And somebody said, "Well, it's like 6 in the morning his time. I think was it? Yeah, 6:35 in the morning his time. Why is he eating Mexican food? I work nights." This is like 6 o'clock in the evening for me. I'd be just getting off work. I've been about maybe 5 minutes from home right now. So I get home about this time or about 6:40. So we're going to now we're going to go up here and ruin some people's day here. Yeah, I slept all day though. I was tired. I didn't want to do this. I probably wanted to go to sleep about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. But I was so exhausted from work. I came home, crashed. I was planning on going to church. Um, didn't do that. Got up, streamed about for about 2 hours, and was getting really sleepy. Let's see how much over he is. Real over. I'm gonna leave that one. Okay, and he doesn't have anything. Let's see what our haul in here is. We got 3.8 million from this side. Let's go on the other side now. Need to go make that pull in the faction store. So I'm gonna need all these tonight. I basically used all my tokens last week doing what we're seeing right here. I'll wait till it was loaded up like it is right now. Okay, we did have a red dot. We'll go for him first. So it gives, if anybody's watching their ships in here, they can. Fortunately, he ain't got anything. Let's look at who this is and see what they got. Yeah, that's nice. That's going to be a nice little haul. How about this guy? Nope, he ain't got anything in there. So, and then the rest of them are hearts. I can't hit allies, unfortunately. Okay, let's scan him one more time. We can recall now. Now I'll go back and look and see if there's anything in that system that we just came out of, but odds are there won't be anybody OPC. Okay, so what I usually do, because he's got to be out of the system, so instead of flying him somewhere, I'll just do this and stop it. He'll be outside my station, but yeah, I didn't think there'd be anybody else in here since we left. And it's not going to be worth getting one token. Even if he is OPC, it's not worth using the whole token to come back here for one more time. So we're good for till tonight. We'll do this a couple times a day, especially after it starts. That was a good haul. But it was nothing like the one I got the first time I did it last week. I got 30 million. But there are going to be some mad dudes. I'm going to get some hate mail coming in through for that. Most definitely. Okay, let's get rid of this. And here, I don't think I have any officers I can pull using. I'm just doing it to get rid of the loot. And every once in a while, it'll give me another premium hit. I save these for events. Now, wow, I used a bunch of them the other day. I had like, oh yeah, I used it for the other night. So let's go ahead and make this pull. I'm gonna go ahead and start saving them again. Let's get my ship back. Let's go through here, make sure I got all my ships lined up. And I think I'm going to I'm going to end the stream when we get done here. Because I really don't have anything else to do. I didn't sweep Klingon space, but I'll do that later. Okay, which ship I'm on? I'm on the sea ship, so it's going to be, should be this one. This one's usually my, go ahead and switch it. I think I just throwed him on there at the bottom. Okay. All right, guys. I think that's going to be it for tonight. I'll see y'all guys tonight. Um, we didn't really talk about the Saudi Arabia event as far as WWE. We'll do that tonight. If I get a chance, I'll go online and see if I can watch it. Yeah, that happens to me too, man. I like that's what technically what happened to me on Friday is I was really, really, really sleepy when I got home, and I lay down and I crashed immediately, and I had a part my I had some drainage get stuck in the middle, and I couldn't breathe real good, and it startled awake me. and I couldn't go back to sleep because every time I would do it, I, my heart rate jumped up big time, and I couldn't ever get back to sleep. I went about almost 40 hours without sleeping. Uh, so basically, I went from Thursday when I went to work, woke up around 4, and I didn't go to sleep until Saturday about 9 o'clock. So I was up all 24 hours on Friday. So I was on somewhere between 36 and 40 hours without sleeping. And that's why I was so tired yesterday. When I finally got to lay down and do some really hardcore sleeping, I just did. But anyway, I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna go lay down and watch a little bit of TV, chill a little bit, and try to see if I can sleep up until like 2 o'clock this afternoon, and then I'll get up. I am expecting a telephone call a little bit after 8 o'clock, so I can't really go to sleep before that. I had somebody from LinkedIn that wants to hire me for some consulting job about in the water industry that I work. It's intriguing enough that I want to listen to it. I get offers like that all the time. Most of them are pretty. I don't know if they're legit. Now, I'm not saying that this was legit either, but I did get the phone number to hear what they were wanting to do, and they were saying that they were looking for somebody that's actually in the oil industry, but they do have to have operators of my with my certification to test water, and they're looking for someone actually to do it, but they were looking to see if I was available for some consulting thing. But they also said there is a position open, so I wanted to listen to it to see what kind of pay it has. And it may be a job that I can work less hours than I work now. So it might be a win-win thing, but I'm open to listen to what they have to say. But I like where I'm working at right now. Like I said, I had to get used to the more physical nature, more walking and all that kind of stuff than the job that I'd been working for almost 10 years. And but now that I've done that, there's a lot of things to like about the district that I'm working at right now. Like I said, we have full-time maintenance crew, 24 hours, where even the city of Dallas, when I worked there, didn't have that. Um, so I do like that. I do like that I can be, it's what the job's called is basically a lab technician, as far as what you guys, but we, in our field, we call it a water operator. And it's a good deal that I can just be a water operator. I don't have to be a maintenance guy. I don't have to uh, do a bunch of things that I'm not qualified for. You know, the other jobs, it was always like that at night. It was kind of, I do have a Discord. You can let's see if I can pull it up real quick. I meant to put that in earlier. We go to my let me go to my apps real quick. I'll put a link in here. A lot of you asked for it. I don't want Discord is not my favorite thing, so I wouldn't look for me to have much in there, but I did put one up. Okay, let's see. Let's find my channel. Okay, let's see. Invite your friends. Here's a copy of the link. Okay. Oh, it didn't put it in. It didn't do it in Facebook. I just saw that it went to destination. And what I'll do is I'll do this too. So that's my Discord channel right there. Like I said, there's not a lot in it. I'm not going to do a lot in it. I'm no means am I going to have one as complicated as like Rebs or DJs or anything like that. It's just basically going to be stuff I can say hello to you or send you things. Hey, hello, that we can maybe share files or something with. But it's not going to be anything intense. But that's my Discord channel. If you want to contact me in Discord, you can go there. All right, guys, I'm gonna call it a night. Um, I'll see you tonight. We'll probably come on maybe around 8ish or so. I don't know, or maybe right before. If I decide to do WWE stuff, we'll start with Raw.